Okay, hello everyone. I'm ready to start. Just tell me if you can hear me. Okay. So how is the sound? No sound. It doesn't sound good. Okay, so it's good. Is the sound is okay? That's good. Okay. Thank you. Very good. So I'll start on the game. At this point, it seems to be fairly close. There are a few. I was looking at it with Katago, and there's a few moves that the computer didn't like. A very computer-like opening. So let's go through that. Um, just see how it turns out. So White's just played a pretty tight move. Um, okay, great. Yeah. So I'm broadcasting on YouTube and Twitch right now. So, and I'm looking at both of your comments. So if we look at the screen here, the upper half of the right part of the screen is YouTube comments and the lower part is comments from Twitch. So I'll try to catch both of those. And let's just start with the beginning of the game. This is probably where it's going to slow down a bit. So it's a good chance for me to go back to the beginning. And a pretty bland opening. They start with the 3 points. You know you're not going to go wrong if you play in the 3 point as far as the AIs are concerned. And here, I do think I have something maybe interesting to say about the pincer here and the following joseki. So let's just look at the joseki. This is the old style joseki. And when black connects here, sometimes we see white crawling on the second line. So this is a move that was played in similar positions a lot by AI. So it was liked by, I think it was liked by AlphaGo even. So it's been around a while. And people have started to play this move. But it doesn't work so well with this pincer on the right side. So I'm going to make a diagram with a pincer one space closer and a pincer one space further away and show you how it's supposed to work. So I'll go back to that. And say if white plays a pincer here and crawls. Now this is a finished position there locally. And white will probably add a stone to it. Some kind of an extension towards the side. It could be here, it could be further closer to the black wall. And white's position on the left there is pretty much all connected as it stands. So it's a pretty stable position from which white can play an extension. And then if we go back to the pincer and place it one space further away, and we do the same thing. In this case, white needs to add an extra stone to it. So white's going to add a stone here. And now that extension that white has in the middle of the side, it's a 2-space extension. It's pretty good. So this is working for white also. It's an example of how it can work for white. So this crawling variation, where white is crawling on the second line at the stone number 9, is working with the pincer in the middle of the side and the pincer that's close to the left there. But in the game variation, that would not be so good. So at this point, if white crawls here and black jumps, white has an unfinished position there on the upper left. And if white adds a stone here, that extension towards the side is a bit too tight. It's too close to the left. Or if white leaves it and plays somewhere else, for instance, one of these moves, it's a bit of a headache when black does stuff like this. And so it wasn't finished. It wasn't a settled shape there. And so it's sort of in between the two good points when white has played this wide pincer. And so that's why he's playing the old joseki by just connecting here. This is the old way we used to play. And it's sort of not liked so much because there's this weakness with black covering on the second line. And there's potential for black to take away the whole territory there. Right. So it's I think if but so that's the logic behind it. But I don't think that black would have played the same way. So it would have just changed how black, maybe black would not invade the 3-3 point in those other variations. But it's why in this variation, white was not playing the curl on the second line. So that's just kind of an interesting thing that's happening there with the Joseki. And this move. This move was not liked by my version of Katago. And the move, someone in the chat, I did see someone in the chat talking about how computers sometimes play moves that seem to be on the other side of the board and not really have to do with it. And sort of wondering why they did that kind of thing. This is kind of an example of the suggested move that I saw. And of course, it probably changes depending on how many playbacks you do, how powerful your computer is and stuff like that. Also, what version of Katago you might have. It was suggested this move. And this actually has to do with the upper left corner. Could have been wanted to play here. I don't exactly remember. 1 and 3 are actually related to each other. This is a case where it's relatively close. But computers play moves like this that actually are asking moves. White has 4 ways to answer this attachment at 3. Because locally, white can play here, white can play here, and here, and here. So white has 4 ways to answer it. Generally, when your opponent touches your stone like that, plays an attachment, you can either extend in one of 2 directions, or you can play a hane against that stone. So the problem with this hane is that black's going to hane here, and if white cuts, then there's going to be 2 ladders you have to worry about. So it's this ladder, which is very short, and black wins it. It's not even, black doesn't even need the ladder. And then there's this ladder, which also looks like it's going to be good for black. And so when these ladders favor black, and maybe white's going to be forced to play underneath like this, it gets a bit painful for white. So that's how the hane doesn't work. If white plays a hane on the other side, again, black has forcing moves from one or the other of these hanes. And it turns out maybe this is a good idea. This is going to work for black when black does this move. This is the move that black wants to play in this kind of shape. Yes, James Sedgwick is saying that fine art seemed okay with the black move. Fine art is different from Katago, and maybe it's even stronger. And I think that, yeah, I don't know about the Korean players, how much access they have to fine art. We do have it through a server. So there's I think it's Fox or maybe one more server where you can get fine art to look at your moves. So make suggestions for you. But it's not as accessible as Katago is. So when something like this happens, and we start a fight like this, then the attachment here is working fairly well for black. So that's the idea with the attachment there. Okay. We're getting a lot of input from Galaxy and fine art. That's great. So in the game, black played the shoulder hit and played here. And then plays here. So yeah, if white plays the hane here, let's make a diagram here. So there was some chat. I saw someone chatting about this, saying maybe if white plays the hane and captures these stones, it'll give black some extra good forcing moves, which is true. So actually, if white connects there, then black gets this Atari, and if white connects again, then black can actually squeeze quite effectively. So white doesn't want to do anything like that. It's probably a good idea just to play the hane here. So this is the game move. Okay, yes, and the double hane here. This variation where white simply connects it's one of the newest ones in the computer research that we're doing. Before I didn't see it at all, and recently it's coming up in the suggested moves with computers sometimes. And it's interesting. So what we had before that was white would play here. Oh, sorry. I'll make a diagram. White would play here, the hanging connection. And of course, if white gets to play a hane on this first line, white has great eye shape. So this would be too good for white. And black is almost always going to play here. So white gets another forcing move here. So this is a kind of a classy way for white to play, because if black answers on this side, white still has the forcing move here. Or if white wants to, white can play a ko. So white might even leave it for a bit just to see what happens. And black will play here. White gets another Atari on the top. It looks like white has played a lot of good forcing moves, but this is about even. In this game, white would probably play something towards the side. So this is the way we played it. But black does have a very solid territory there in the corner. Stephen Hugh, hello. Korean pros have been studying AI moves at a very systematic level, and Dave is asking, what does that mean? I think that it means that they basically have an answer for just about every move they think is possible for the opponent to play. That's why they play computer perfect games like this. It's pretty much computer perfect. So the new variation is white just connecting here. And it's sort of like, I'll just throw a variation at you. It's sort of like white is sliding here. Black answers. White crawls. So up to this point, both of those moves, white should be really happy that black answered that. They were both good exchanges for white. But this is probably, this is a position where in some cases white would be looking at a peep here. So if white could get a stone here later in the game, then white would be looking at that peep on the second line. And in some cases, it sort of depends on the surrounding position, but sometimes this can be a very annoying peep for black to handle. And so this exchange here is probably strengthening black's position. So it's a bad exchange. And so what I've done here, changing the order of moves, is called tewari. It's a way of trying to judge a position by changing the order of moves and making it closer to something you think you know something about. So I think I know something about this joseki where white slides into the corner because it's been around for several decades. And so I'm comparing it to that. So it locally, white has gotten into the corner a little bit more than what you might call normal. But this exchange of P17 for Q16 is strengthening black. So it probably evens out pretty much. And black plays here. When black plays this move, black is aiming for the variation where black closes off the side. So if white covers here, black's going to play here maybe, and something like this. So for instance, if this happens, you can see that black is getting a big area on the right side of the board. So that's the idea. Exactly. So that's telegraph go. He got what I was trying to say. So it's a comparison with the moves they actually played and the old joseki where white slides. Yes. Tewari is a way of trying to logically explain these shapes. The danger in doing tewari is that sometimes sometimes your evaluation of the original shape that you thought you knew, it's not always 100% correct. So that can throw you. And also the fact that these moves, like I've compared the fact that white got to crawl into the corner once with the fact that white played this move at P17, which strengthened black. So there was a point where white gained something and a point where white lost something. So it's sort of hard to say exactly how that sums up sometimes. And so it's that's what makes tewari a bit difficult. And then it depends on your feelings, your positional judgment to a certain degree. But the whole idea was invented by Hoinbo Dosaku, who is one of the most famous Go players in Go history. He was one of the best, I should say it was the greatest, maybe the greatest Go player in history, especially in ancient times. So this is actually very unusual for white to play away when black has played that hane towards the corner. But it's in this case, it's just because the right side is so important. So it's an even result. And now black plays here. Yes. Was it Derek Neal? I think it was Derek Neal. Maybe someone was asking, oh no, maybe it was someone else. Someone was asking about the comparison of this move to playing here. And that was a really great question because I'm pretty sure you see this move a lot. This move is played, the pressing move on the third line is played when white has potential to attack. So it doesn't really work when black has that mark stone on the second line and already is alive in the corner. And in this case, it's probably just not a good idea because black will push through and cut. And white is not so stable towards the right side of the board. So I don't really like this for white, the fighting variation here. It looks like black has a reasonable advantage in this fight. So so for instance, if black had not played that move, I'm at this point in the game, I'm sort of having trouble finding a good move elsewhere on the board. But yeah, let's just have black play some random move here. It's feasible that white could do this here because there would be a potential of, gaining a tempo. So for instance, if something like this happens, white is actually threatening to kill black in the corner. So if black ignores that, then white's going to be able to kill the corner group with something like this. So it's a dangerous situation there for black in the corner. And black will have to answer locally, which gives white an extra tempo to reinforce on the right side. So maybe something like this. So you can see there's an extra tempo that white's gaining in this fight, which makes pressing it too feasible. So that would be an example of how sometimes white would do that. But in the game when black already has this stone there, it's probably a bit too dangerous for white to be doing that. Yeah, so white plays solidly with the one space jump. And black plays here. And this is the move that I would play. I think just about any pro would choose this move. And I think I saw Katago suggesting black should play here, which looks really weird to me. So that's all I'm going to say about that move. I think the game move looks pretty reasonable, actually. And at this point, it seemed to be a fairly close game with 6.5 point komi. And white's trying to attack black. Black does have... black will be able to connect on the side there. Okay, let's see. So if black had played something like this, for instance, black would already be okay. And since white has a wide kind of an extension there in the center, maybe black could even play here. And this would be threatening to jump out into the center. So if white answers that, black could play here. So that's another way black could do it. Since black has this potential connection to the side, to the corner, G17, yes. G17. Sorry, Leonardo, I didn't get G17. G17 seems to be a strange place. It might be somewhere else. So black does have that. Black could have done it immediately. But in the game, let's see, let's get back to the game. He played the attachment, moves out. Looks like black, by moving out here, black refrained from taking territory by connecting to the corner. It means that black is probably thinking of attacking white in the center of the board. So it's sort of questionable who is trying to attack who here? So white defends, and this has the added value that it's sort of stopping black from connecting underneath. Okay, so what I'm saying about that is that when white has this stone here at f15, and black tries to connect underneath, this time white's going to be able to play here. And for instance, so like this. So this is obviously, you can see how that stone on the 5th line is working to help white. Otherwise, this is no good. Black can actually get a ko out of it by playing here, but it's a kind of a self-destructive ko, because when black does that, and actually, yeah, I'm not sure, white would not take it in this case, but this would be too much. But you can see how black is destroying the corner there. So white would actually answer that. And white has some ko threats too, so white might continue the ko like this. So if we end up with black running out of ko threats, for instance, yeah, I'm probably going into too much detail, and something like this happens, you can see how it's sort of painful for black in the corner. So it's a ko that would be difficult for black to do. Wow. Okay, so that means that black has to play all these moves to connect up, and now he's attacking here. So that's obviously looking at the attachment at G14, and so white protected. Yes. The idea behind C18 as opposed to C13. That's a great question. Benjamin Gumby. Gumby. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. So, okay. We're talking about this move that black played on the 2nd line. This has a very consciously trying to reduce white's lower side here. So that's what black is focusing on. Instead playing something like this. This would be more focusing on building the left side. White would probably continue with something like this and something like this. And white would have more potential to building the lower side, and black would be getting more on the left side. So it's probably a trade-off that's pretty even. But this would be the more common move. So it's that makes it a good question. This would be the more common move. The fact that black is pretty stable and alive in the upper left corner, and the fact that black is low there in the upper left corner, it makes the value of the left side relatively small. So that's why, that's a reason why black playing the Sagari on the 2nd line was feasible. So that's why black played here. Black is judging the left side to be secondary in value to when compared to white's lower side. But it doesn't make that move completely bad. I would say that black could have played that move. Black could have played here, and it would have just been a different game. Okay, back to the game variation. K17 instead of white K18 instead of K17. Are you sure, Derek? Neil, K18? Maybe K16, yes. I think the question is, what about K16 instead of J17? That's probably what the question means. Pushing here implies that white's going to slide on the 2nd line here. That's kind of a kind of a set there of two moves that work together. And so the reason why it's not doing that is probably because what someone was saying about the lower side, it's open on the side. So black has played that Sagari in the corner at C18, it means the side territory is wide open and the whole lower side area, it's not so valuable. So white doesn't really want to play it 3 to add a stone to surround any territory there. But the problem is that if white doesn't do that, then covering here, this is going to start putting pressure on that white group on the right. So covering here is a really valuable move. That's why when white pushes here, it's usually implied that white's probably going to play a slide here. So the bottom line is white didn't want to add that. White didn't want to spend 1 move on the lower side. So you can see he got to play on the top instead. And so white's trying to make a strong position in the center. And it doesn't look like there's going to be much territory there, but we never know. White's trying to dominate the fight in the center. Eventually, white's hoping to get something there. Okay, well, and so black is now finally taking some territory on the left. So this looks like it's a great success for black, sort of, because black did get to erase the lower side, so it's all gone. And now black's surrounding the left side. So black got to play on both sides. It's sort of interesting because even when black manages to do this, black is left with some liabilities. For instance, black's group on the lower side is not completely connected up yet. And so in the center of the board, white does have some potential. It keeps the game fairly close. Oh, so white attacked there, okay. So white is threatening to play a honey on the right of the black group at N14. Okay. Well, that's a good question, too. Okay. Derek Newell and Rick Rubenstein combined to give me the correct idea of what the question was. Okay, so let's go back to that position. Okay, so in a position like this, playing a high move here, it does have a potential weakness there with white's shapes. So for instance, let's see if I can make a good variation for you. There's a weakness here in this position where black can scoop out the side maybe, or in this kind of thing, it's going to get really complicated, but in a shape like this is really dangerous for white. For instance, in this case, this would just be a collapse for white. White would be losing by 1 move because white does not have a good way to reduce black's liberties. And this one is, does everyone know this one? This is called the, let's see, it's the stone pillar is what they call it correctly. I sometimes call it the tombstone, but it's probably, that's a more of a direct translation of the Japanese word. Well, something like this. I'm probably being a bit inexact. In any case, it's going to be a bad variation for white. I say that because white has trouble on this side also. And that involves a ladder which favors black. So when this ladder favors black, it's going to be bad for white. There's the ladder there and the cut here. So that's another reason why this is not working for white. So when you play a high extension like this, yes, back to the, there's this implied weakness here. And usually it's not a big deal, provided you haven't played all those moves in the corner. So if we go back to this position, you see a lot of professionals play a high extension. The point is that it's not going to be a big deal. However, black manages to do it. Because white has all this stuff that white can try doing towards the corner, for instance, like this. White has a lot of volatile stuff happening towards the corner, even if black somehow manages to surround it. So something like this, for instance. White's still going to have the 3 point here and something towards the corner. So maybe something like this. And so the fact that white has played this exchange in the corner, it makes these white stones here relatively heavy. They cannot be sacrificed. And that's why white is playing the relatively safe connected two-space extension. So that was actually, the question really started me up there. But it's an important point that when white plays this two-space extension, white is pretty much connected up. Whereas if white plays the high extension, it's a more light move where white is willing to allow black to cut white in some cases. Let's see, where am I? So let's get back to the game. So this is, yeah. Well, yeah, it's the good questions that get me talking for a while, I think. Yeah, so black is, okay. So white was threatening to, for instance, this is a really good point for black to play at some point. But white was threatening this, which would be putting a lot of pressure on the black group. And you can see that eventually white's going to be playing moves like this. White might chase black a little bit more before doing that. White's eventually going to be playing moves like this. And the corner group is going to be squeezed a lot too. Strictly speaking, if we imagine that white stones surrounding this group become relatively strong, this corner doesn't have room to have two eyes. It's not alive as it stands. It's just that it's going to survive because white has various problems here also. But it sort of depends on that. So it's going to be a painful situation for black. So that's what white is threatening with this move, and black escaped. So black's sort of on the defensive here, but as I was saying, black did erase the lower side and also is starting to surround the left side. Probably has a slight territorial lead. Okay. Yes. Yeah, the whole tournament was, so this is Ikichin saying they were playing on computers, but they're sitting close to each other. Well, they're probably in the same room because they're both Korean players, but the whole tournament was supposed to be played on computer. So this tournament turned out it was the two Korean players who lasted to the end. I was sort of expecting Shin Jinseo to do so. Park Junghwan, he did. I'm not probably not. Is that Park Junghwan? Maybe Junghwan or something like that. That's a name that I find difficult to pronounce. But I think it's been a while since he came to the top. He's historically been throughout his career he's been one of the top players in Korea. So he's been in a lot of international tournaments, but it's been a while since he came to the top, I think. So maybe he was a bit of a surprise. I don't think he has such a great record against Shin Jinseo, but we'll see how he does in this tournament. Mm-hmm. The G12 stone, yeah, the connection of the black stone is very thin, says Derek Neal. And it's not even trying to connect anywhere. So yes, basically you're right. And so white does want to do something to cut that off. That would be a natural move to E11. That's a kind of a very natural shape. That's one of that's in the right area. Playing something to connect white stones on the right there, that's also feasible. but it's probably not going to be forcing anymore. So it's so let's see. So for instance, this one. This would be a very solid, easy to understand move. But black's going to play. This looks like it's pretty big. It's going to reduce white's potential in the center of the board and build up black's left side. Okay, so when white takes sente, should he invade the left directly or press it down? And very, very definitely, I'd say white should press black down on the left. Just because white can press black down to the third line very easily here, it means it's going to be difficult for black to get a territory that expands to the fourth line. And there's also the fact that white's group in the center here, if we just look at this diagram that I'm making, that white group only has one eye. Somewhere around this point, somewhere around this point here, white has one eye. And doesn't really have two eyes yet. So this whole group can potentially come under attack. It's not exactly a weak group, but it's something that as black adds stones to it, black will be looking at moves like this later to sort of chase that white group around. And so a move somewhere around the point 2 is going to be worthwhile. I think the question is how white is going to do it. So the general area, like I think it was Derek Neal was saying, maybe E11, something like this. This is the general area that white wants to be thinking about. And if black plays here, something like this, it's not really a huge amount of territory there. So even if white allows it to be territory like this, and white gets to surround something in the center, this would be sort of according to plan for white. But it's a question of whether white's going to do this, and or is white going to do something a bit more? Oh, okay. We already have a move, so let's get back to the game. So white did it this way. So sort of like the move that I was showing there, where white played here. This move also is making it relatively difficult for white to expand to the fourth line, like black was doing when I played here and black played here. Black was getting up to the fourth line there for the time being. So white's making it a little bit more difficult for black to get up to the fourth line. And so basically white's saying it's okay if you take this territory, and white's probably going to continue with something like this. Maybe peep once. So this would be pushing black down one more line. And of course, white does have a follow-up. Okay, so black cut in the center. This one stone and you can see white's already throwing that one stone away. So white's idea here, white's going to go after that black stone at G12, and it's going to try to make something like 10, 15 points of territory there. While reducing the left side, it's okay for white to allow black to surround on the third line in general. Oh. The top side is pretty small at this point. So basically on the top side, yes. On the top side, a move here would be a kind of a shaped move, but it's not even really connected, because black can probably capture it with this. And also there's the fact that black always has this on the right side. So this is big. White might play something like this. This is a big move, and this is a big move. So there's two big moves there to the upper right. It's hard to say which one white's going to choose. It doesn't really make much difference. And at this point where they're still fighting in the center of the board, it's probably not even forcing. It's not even a sente move. So that's the upper side for you. It's just, provided that white group on the upper side is not in trouble, it's not going to be important. So, okay, we're back to the game. So white might be pushing once more. And white will continue with Now's the question of the right side there. Actually, this is an interesting position where um, R13, R13, R13. That's a big move. R13 is a big move, but it's a bit worrying also. So let's take a look at, oh yeah, maybe it's okay. Let's take a look at things that black might be doing next. So let's have white do something in the center. So it would be sort of natural to do something like this. And there's the question is white going to be okay on the right side? That white group there. The G5 stone, for the time being, it's sort of difficult. White can cut it by playing an attachment on the right. But the center of the board is probably more important at this point. So the question is what happens on the right side here, and a move that I find to be worrying for white is black attaching here. So when you attach and say white plays here and you cut, when you do something like this, this is kind of a common way for black to try to attack the two-space extension there, when there's something attached to it on the side. And when black does this, all you have to remember from the point of view of black is that you're going to sacrifice one of these two stones. So if white goes after this stone, black's going to sacrifice that stone and break into the side on this side. And if white plays on this side, then black's going to play inventory here, give up this stone, and well, maybe just connect here. So this would be one way, or black could play the ko. So this would be a more aggressive way to do it. It would be inviting white to a ko. So that's what happens there. And the question is, can white stop black from doing that by playing here? And it's kind of a maybe thing. So if black plays here now, and white plays here, this would be pretty similar. It would still be a bit worrying for black. I mean for white. Yes. Q7 and Q9. That's another way it could be done. I'll talk about that one next. So yeah. And maybe white's going to play here. In this case, if black cuts, white can just capture the stone on the third line. And this is not so much damage. This wasn't really very successful for black. And if black plays a honey underneath, then maybe this stone at 1 is going to work to kill the black group. It looks like this is black doesn't have room to live, so this is probably dangerous for black. So I think the calculation that the players are doing here is white is trying to decide if something like this is going to be good enough to protect the side. Because if it's not, then white probably has to do something a bit more tight. But white would like to be able to save it with this move. And so, let's see, James Sedgwick is giving us this variation where stuff like this can happen. In this case, white would extend. So this is actually working better if white has countered with this one. And black can play here. And in this case, it looks like it's more trouble for white. So something like this could cause some trouble on the side. I think if white answers here, the idea would probably be just to close off the center like this. So it would be one way black could play. Ah, the bump response. Oh, that's a good idea. Okay. Someone found a clever move. So let's see. Like this. Benkyo tutoring. The bump response is this one. So this is, it's usually a bit painful, but this would be an option in this case. So the idea here is that white's going to keep on bumping against black and does manage. This is probably not good though. It's probably not a good result for white. with black getting a lot of forcing moves from the side. But yes, that was a way white could save the day, though. That was educational. It's something that you can remember. Sometimes you can get away with it by playing the bump here. But usually it's a bit painful when black gets a lot of forcing moves. Or black could play it this way in this case, actually. Black could play it this way. This actually is better. Yeah. Better than what I was showing before. So I think that's what white is thinking about here. It looks like the game, the moves have stopped for a while. The Q9 variation, yes, is working. It's working as it is. So white has, oh, wow. White bumped against there. Now, saving that stone is something that did not occur to me, actually. I was thinking white was happy with giving away that one stone in the center. White's trying to create a potential forcing move, maybe. So let's say if black plays something like this, which would be a kind of a natural looking move. Maybe white's thinking of playing some forcing moves towards the center. So, for instance, something like this, just to reinforce the right side. And then white could push once more here. So it could be that white's thinking along this, but bumping against and exchanging for black 1 in itself is probably a bad exchange. Okay. Okay. Black stones on the top, they are a bit loose. That looks weavers. Yes. But for the time being, white is probably going to focus on just surrounding this area. White would like to focus on that, the area in the center of the board. And ideally, it would sort of connect up to the upper side, but it seems to be a bit far away. So I'm not sure about that. It's a very loose position, but it's not a huge liability for black because all of those stones that black has on the upper side, most of them, at least 5 of those stones about, were sort of played in an exchange for something that white did. So it's not as if black has invested moves there. They were most of them were just kikashi, or valuable forcing moves that black played. Okay, that's Lenefe was asked. I missed that for a while. Why was white playing L12 instead of N14? That's a pretty good question. So it comes back to this point where white played at this point, chasing black from the center, trying to force black towards the side. And I commented that if black plays away, then white will be able to play a honey here. And in this variation, black's group in the corner is going to get squeezed a bit, and so it's bad for black. So why doesn't white start with 2 was the question. And so that was a good question. The reason is because white would not have a... white's attack would not be that convincing. So for instance, I'm not very confident about what black would do, but for instance, something like this. White's attack would not be fast and convincing enough, and before it came to accomplish anything, black would either defend here, or maybe black would start attacking in the center. And white's whole group on the left is not so secure either. So it would give black opportunities to control the center of the board. So that's why white didn't do it from that direction. All of these moves, unless white can accomplish a lot, there is the potential that white 1, 3, and 5 become dame points, or not very valuable points, while black is playing value points in the center of the board. So white starts with this, and then the next move, if white gets to play here, then this will have the double value of the fact that white is attacking in the center and is going to get some extra mileage out of that attack in the center, and at the same time is attacking in the corner. So it's not just the corner itself, it's the fact that white is also attacking in the center of the board. So yeah, that was something I should have clarified. So it was a great question. Okay, so here we are back in the game variation. White bumped against and black answered here, taking some territory, and white pushed. So really at this point, white would like to play another move in the center of the board. I think the big question is what happens. Is white going to be okay on the right side? So it's going to be a bit painful probably, but can white afford to leave the right side here? And it's sort of questionable. So if white leaves it, I sort of expect that if white leaves it, black's probably going to start with something like this. Yes, everyone's saying that white seems to be behind in territory. Alex Weavers is saying that here. I sort of agree, but it does depend. Like that whole thing will change if white gets this territory in the center. Then white will not be necessarily behind in territory. So the center territory is pretty important. It's not as good for black as you might think. It's pretty close. So here we are. I'm sort of expecting that white should defend on the right, and then there's going to be some more fighting in the center of the board. What happens if black plays at e11? Okay. Let's try that. So when let's just say white plays some defensive move here on the right. Okay, so this would start a huge fight in the center. So white has two ways to play a hunting against this. One way would be to play here, in which case black cannot push through. This would probably be just bad for black, but would pull back. And if white connects, maybe black has a cut here. This would be one way the fight could develop. The more interesting way would be this way, in which case black has to defend on the left, and white's has the this is looking good for white. Yeah, and this kind of thing, it's probably not so good if white gets to push through here. So I guess white would just push through here to see how black answers. Black curling. The center push seems bigger than defending the right side. White center gets solidified, yes. So everyone's talking about the center. Definitely the center is the biggest area on the board. So this is an area that white would like to develop into more than 10 points, hopefully something close to 20 points. So white would like to be able to push in the center or play something like this to surround the territory. And it's just the question is, how painful is this going to be on the right side? K8 is a curling move. Yeah, that would increase the black territory a good deal. So pushing there is a good point for white too. Yeah, there's stuff with one or two of these attachments that can be a bit painful. So if we look at this one again, if white is reduced like this, let's see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So black could even do stuff like this. And white needs one more move to live. And this is not going to amount to a great deal of profit for white. It's not as if white can make an eye there, at least. So this is an example of how it could get a bit painful for white on the right side of the board. The H9 move. The H9 move. The H9 move is big, indeed. Right. Benkyo Tutoring is saying he wouldn't want to play this move to simply surround. White would like to find a more active move. Exactly. That was well said. White would like to find a more active move. And it's when this happens, sometimes it gets into a big fight. It's a much more active move. I do like it. And again, the question is whether it's okay for white to be pushed around on the right side. So this is going to be, locally, it's going to be pretty painful. So I think the game started with a time control of 2 hours each, as far as I know. And so they've used about half of their time at this point. Yes. So that's one of the options. Number of places white can add a stone. Somewhere on the 4th line. Somewhere on the 4th line or on the 2nd line. So it's probably that choice that white has. The N14 weakness. Well, yeah, it's not a big... probably difficult for white. Let's see. Okay, white played a really active move just now. see, I can get back to the game. Yes. So this is a super active move. White's trying to be more active while white defends the right side. So the idea is that white's going to... it's not really all that beautiful, but it is probably effective if black plays here and white plays like this. This is probably good enough to make a living shape there. So it would be slightly more active way for white to deal with the weakness there, I guess. It's not the greatest shape, but yeah. Maybe a bit better as far as territory is concerned. And the fact that the center is so important, it means it, so for instance, let's see. Yeah. So even in this would be really, locally it would be bad, but maybe better than the other variation where white got pushed around a lot. So this could be part of the idea. Just trying to get that stone at 2 in Sente could be the idea. So one question I would have is what happens if black plays here, which could be a bit troublesome. So if white plays here, and black could play here, and if white plays here, it's this thing. This is going to be bad for white. If white plays here, it's this thing maybe. This would be dangerous for white too. Yeah, this looks a bit dangerous for white. So maybe white's just going to cover here. Black would like to be able to take Sente and play the first move towards the center. Even if black does something like this. I think if black plays first here, black should be able to escape with these stones. This way, or maybe this might be a bit more solid. Okay, black R12, 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 yes, exactly, within master. Yeah, hi Derek Neal. Yeah, I keep myself busy. It's interesting. And thank you, yes. 10,000 subscribers is surprising and makes me happy, yes. Okay, so Shin Jinseo is taking his time here. Black does seem to have a number of choices, but for instance, this move is probably not working anymore. Just because that marked stone was turning into a hanging connection. So that's one way it's sort of functioning there. This is going to be pretty similar, I guess. It still doesn't look like it's going to work for black. Yeah, so maybe here. Maybe we should just watch the game. Well, this is probably a very important point in the game. Just every move here is very vital. And both players want to finish the right side with Sentes. It's very important for them to get back to the center. And white's just playing this because white was going to be in trouble on the right side. So white had to do that. And so what we're going to see here is kind of a fight trying to get Sente, trying to get the temple, trying to finish with the temple. Okay, it slowed down. Let's see if I can find some other games to watch while we're waiting for a move. I'll just allow me to switch around just a little bit here. Yes, I thought they were doing some kind of international tournament with teams. But maybe they're not doing it right now. Okay, I probably can't show you some of those games. Let's just go back to this. Um, Tenuki against Q13, yes. You know, that's an option, but black does... It is sort of painful when white plays to Hane here. So, like, black could play here. The Hane here, you can see how much more effective this was than, for instance, the idea of playing something like this would be more solid. But it's just that the follow-up is so much better for white. Black does sort of want to find some way to answer it. So I would suggest that even if black plays this move, which I think white has to answer on this side, and then plays away maybe. So this would be my idea. So that was Linefe, suggesting that maybe black should just play away and play in the center. In general, I agree, but I would sort of want to play maybe this one exchange on the right if I was going to do that. So it could be maybe black is thinking of an order of moves here, where black might try first with something like this and like this. And I'm not sure how the calculation works here. But like ideally, if black could play this and then, well, black doesn't have any more forcing moves, so maybe that's sort of a dead end there. Yeah, I'd suggest that maybe this one with black playing towards the center. Allowing the Hane at R14 was sort of big. Okay, Hane underneath. So white is still... I don't know, is white going to leave it now? So white really wants to get Sente here. So it's really a question of who plays away first. It's a pretty important thing. And it's going to be a trade because, like, if black plays away at this point, there is this potentially huge move waiting to happen here. And at this point, I think white actually will play away. That exchange of one for the mark stone, it does make a pretty significant difference in white's eye space on the right side. So in that way, it's a pretty important exchange that white's gotten in here. Even though, like, allowing the Ponnuki, it's usually really bad. When you get towards the end of the game, it's not good, but it's relatively, the damage is relatively small. Okay. So white covered. And so the question is really whether will black play the Atari, which is kind of the move that shouts out to you, or will black take this opportunity to attack in the center? So black has various ways to play in the center. And it'll be interesting to see just how actively Shin Jinseo does it, because he can play the super aggressive moves. So for instance, like this would be a super aggressive move. Let's see, I have to, yeah. Something like this, threatening to cut white off, probably an overplay. But stuff like this would be one of the extremes. While playing like this would be kind of a declaration that black is winning easily. In this case, probably not true, but it would be a solid move, which would be maybe allowing white to get a good portion of the center. So similarly, this would also be a very slow move. And this would be sort of in between. It would be a balanced move where black is still looking at the potential to play something like this next and put some pressure on white while escaping fairly rapidly. This is the move that comes to mind when I think of a move for black. And when this happens, this also becomes a fairly a possibility here, where black can be threatening to cut white off like this, or like this. And this is probably going to work if black has these extra stones in the center. Kroko Zubel, hello. Welcome to the live stream. Okay, so it's black's turn. Really looks like I would say that I would be thinking of playing away at this point for black, because the center is really important. Okay. Shin Jinseo seems to agree with me. Okay, that's interesting. Fine art was showing a variation with the Tari on the right. Let's show you that one. So James Sedgwick has access to fine art here and is telling us that this variation was 0.4% better than a turn in the center, which were two choices. So it probably is saying that black has a slight advantage. I don't really know. Does fine art work with? Can it work with 6.5 points, or is it just stuck with 7.5 points? But this is very solid, and it does indicate that black is maybe ahead in a way. And that 0.4% difference is almost non-existent from the human point of view, yes. So yeah, this was an option, but in the game he chose to play this one. It sort of indicates that black is not... maybe he doesn't know that he's ahead, or he's not confident of that. Okay, so white took on the right. It's very similar to the diagram I was showing, isn't it? So this is a kind of a shape move. We sometimes call this kind of move a key point. Threatening to cut white. Next white's gonna, if white plays away, there's no chance white's gonna play that move. It's a bit premature. But if white plays away, black can cut white off in the center with this move. So that's the threat that black has. That makes sense. So James Sedgwick says that they are using the correct komi probably, because the first move shows black is 52%. And yes, that does make sense, because with 6.5 point komi, the AIs generally do give black a better winning percentage. And with 7.5 komi, they generally give white a good winning percentage at the start of the game. So that's a good way to sort of check whether the komi is correctly set up. And I'm pretty sure James Sedgwick is probably using some kind of a server, like probably Fox, if I remember correctly. Because I don't think you get to have it on your own computer. So that's the threat there. And it's sort of annoying for white to be playing a move like this, or any move that white plays to defend this is sort of, it's a bit painful. It's a move that white doesn't really want to play. The move that would be more interesting, you might say, would be moves like this, or a threatened counterattack like this. White doesn't really want to play dominant points to connect, but white doesn't want to leave it either when black can have a very good cut here. So the question is, yes, he's on Fox, of course, yeah. So that's where they do have fine art, and fine art gives you 10 move diagrams for your question. So it's limited in that way, and it also chooses what diagram to make. So it's the number of diagrams is more limited than, for instance, if you had it on your own computer, as we can do with Katago or Lila, of course, then you can actually ask it questions and have it make diagrams. The limitedness of fine art on Fox is that it chooses its own diagrams, and I think it's limited to 10 moves or something like that. Yeah, so black's, the right side is sort of falling apart. That's Alex Weaver's. Exactly. But white also has issues in the center of the board. So back to this position. So the question is that white wants to stop black from playing this move, which would be it would hurt. But white doesn't really want to play something passive, like a move like this or like this. These would be examples of very passive moves that are not all that fun to play. So the question is, how active can white be? So he's probably thinking about moves like this, moves like this, moves like this, which are more active, better shape. Naturally, they're more dangerous also. So when black plays here, white has to have it all worked out. Right, right. Right. Okay, so white, this is going to get exciting. So in this case, oh, I don't know what's going to happen. Okay, this looks pretty dangerous for white. It could lead to a decisive fight in the center here. So black has, oh yeah, black played the safe way. Okay. So this way, black is maybe going to sacrifice one stone on the right, but is going to get some potential cutting value on the left side of the board. So that's probably the idea here. Okay. So if white pushes through and cuts, this is a nice, easy diagram, I think. The ladder does not favor black, but black can squeeze like this probably. This would probably be good enough. And cut white in the center. So that's an example of something white doesn't want to do. Maybe here, something like this is probably what's happening here. And yes, it does. It's not very stable though. So white plays here. Black can actually cut here. There is a cutting move there. Maybe I'm not sure how effective it's going to be, but black can cut white off here. This is probably not a killing cut though. White's alive in the center for most purposes. Probably alive on the left too. So maybe it's not a big deal. But you have to remember that white's not completely connected there. And maybe black's going to continue with this kind of thing. Okay. Who do I think is ahead? Okay, who is this asking the question? Okay, Stool Tall is asking, intrigued to hear who I think is ahead, or from anyone. Okay. Well, I'd say I would rather play with black because black has all these potential attacks going on in the center of the board. And I would be a bit worried with white. But if white can settle everything cleanly, then maybe it's okay. So it's really a question of how white deals with this weak position white has in the center of the board. I would rather play with black. Hmm. Okay, Lenefe was asking about G10. That was the counterattack. Strongest move. Very good. You chose the game move there. G10? Maybe it's not the game move. G10 was slightly different place, but maybe you meant H10. Okay. In the chat, we're talking about fancy language. Okay. And you might have noticed that the seeming territorial advantage that black had, most of it's gone away. So white has a much larger territory on the right side now. And so has more than 35 points already in the various sides. And black's territory in the lower right corner is mostly gone. So black doesn't really have that much territory. Black has 2 corners on the left side of the board and some territory in the upper right corner. So probably adds up to somewhere close to 30 points. So actually white has a good amount of territory here. Yeah, probably a slight lead in territory with black having more potential in the center of the board. So actually white's sort of quite catching up in territory. Oh, Hakudo is asking, thanks for, do you manage to catch any of the games from the European Pro Qualification Tournament? And this last week, there's been a European Pro Qualification Tournament, and unfortunately, I haven't been following it. But they're qualifying some new pros in Europe, Um, I don't think the American Pro qualification worked out this year because of some problems with the virus making it difficult for some people to travel. And so I think it was canceled this year. There are periodical, well, I don't think it's actually a periodical thing, but there are a number of almost yearly matches between European pros and American pros. So it is something that they're doing, and I don't really know what the schedule is. So it's something that they do. They have matches against each other, and it's something that should be encouraged. Um, just because these pros in America and Europe, they need what they need more than anything is um, a way to make a life out of Go, so that they can actually spend their time studying instead of you might say they have to get a real job now. So that's their biggest problem. They would improve best if they could spend all their time playing Go. Ryan Lee is he seems to be focusing quite well on his game, and he's improving. So he's one of the American pros who is has good chances against the European pros. E10, it's a bit of a stretch in the shape. Yes, yes, right. Okay, now that's actually a good point. A lot of good questions coming here, but I'll focus on the one from TLS. Um, Talking about white E11, isn't it easy for black to cut it off? So I can make a variation here right now that sort of shows that black can cut it off like this. And the idea is that white can be cut off, but white was trying to surround the center at that point in the game and was trying to be as active as possible. And when black does cut it off like this, especially in this shape, you can see how black has some wasted stones there in the whole process. And so white can connect here. It's just going to threaten to capture two black stones in a ladder. And white will have time to connect up to this direction. So it's actually not so dangerous for white when white has that group in the upper left to connect up to. And so that's part of it, the fact that when white played that move, white was hoping to get some territory in the center of the board. So just even looking at the position at this point, white is trying to make a territory in the center. If white does that, obviously white wants this stone at E10 to be as wide as possible. And so white wants to be it stretching as much as possible so as to get as much of the center as possible. And so it's that thing and the fact that when black does get around to attacking it, white will have this potential to connect up to the left. So when this happens, it's a completely different story. This is this is the much more active move for black. But it doesn't demonstrate the point that I was trying to make there. So let's go back to this one. By the time black gets to take advantage of the weakness of white's connection there, the whole board position has changed. So it's a point that for the time being when white played it, white was trying to surround the center on a large scale. And in this position, when the game has progressed to this point, it actually still works in its own way, in that white can sort of connect up to the upper left. So it's the weakness is not going to be decisively bad. But the strong point was that if white managed to play another move towards the center, it would have been much more efficient in surrounding the center. So in the game, black plays here, and the threat here is obviously if white plays something on the left, black is going to play here. This is the move that black was aiming at. This is the move that white has to be careful about, which cuts white off already. And so if white gets cut off, obviously this is bad. And so basically black has stopped white from doing this because black can push through here and escape. If black had attacked in the center without this move, I'm going to assume that it's not going to work. So something like this. And let's see. White does have to be careful. In this case, black can push through here and get these guys. So actually, black could have done that. But so if we say maybe white's going to connect here. And now if black plays here, maybe this one. So in this case, it looks a bit dangerous for black. In fact, black's dead. So that's the idea there, where black is pushing here to make, to set up the cut in the center. So black's going to cut here. All right. So people are, yeah, Ryan Lee is completing a PhD. Yes. From the European Go Federation. They do a transatlantic invitation event. Yeah. And yeah, because of the situation with COVID and all, I think they're probably playing on the internet. Okay. Rick Rubenstein is saying that Ichiki has shown that it's easy to be a top player and also have a real job. Yeah, his real job, I don't really know how much time he's spending on it. A lot of things are easy for Ichiki because whatever you ask, he's good at it, basically. So it's hard to find a weak point for Ichiki. Telegraph Go is asking, would I ever consider joining a Western Pro tournament? Probably. Being a active tournament pro in Japan, it's not really an option at this point. And so I think it would be something that could happen maybe after I retired, depending on the rules that these young organizations in the West, they're still relatively young. They're still forming their rules. It all depends on how they deal with retired professionals from Asia. So that's a kind of a difficult choice that they have to make, whether they want to get strong players from the Asian countries who want to move to US, or are they going to try to focus on their local kids who maybe have more potential of being young. So it's really it sort of depends on how the rule sets of these various organizations mature as the organizations get used to doing their thing for a number of for a number of years, you might say. So black is threatening to play at d12. Yes, yes. Yeah, okay. He beat me to it. So white plays here. Yeah, Derek Neal, I'll live forever and never retire. They actually say that some people living today will maybe not die or something like that. There was some, I think I heard that. Probably very rich people, not myself. But yes, theoretically, they do have ways to keep people living longer, I suppose. Let's get to the game. So black was threatening to. One thing was black was threatening to cut the center. This would be pretty strong attack. Yeah, it looks like this is going to work. And otherwise, black was threatening to cut off this white stone. This would be a very satisfying way for black to connect black stones up while cutting off the white stone. So even if white can escape in this direction, black has pretty good position towards the center here. So this would be good shape, at least for black. And so white plays this move. I was about to suggest this move. It seems to be the strongest move. And the question is, does it completely connect all of white's stones? And it's sort of tricky. Yeah. It's been around in sci-fi, the uploading my mind, yes. Leonardo de Wagner. I'm not sure I like the idea. But we'll see. Maybe it's going to become more attractive. Okay, so the question is, what happens if black plays... Let's see, I can make a diagram. Black plays here. Like I would want to say to white, are you sure? So, so white pushes through here. If black plays here and here, now this looks like black can capture some cutting stone. So, so for instance, like this, and white's already dead. White cannot save those cutting stones. So, say white plays here, and say black plays here. Now it's this fight. Okay, black has four liberties. So this is going to be bad for white, obviously. So even if black at some point plays a move like this, giving white one extra liberty. Oh, no, I was wrong. White wins that one. So black has to find a way to fill the liberties. Wow, this is more exciting than I thought. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. So if black plays here, black actually at this point has no way to fill the liberty. So this would be, actually it would be good for white. And so that means that at this point, black would probably have to back off here. And white would connect. And then I guess the fight in the center of the board would continue somehow. Maybe with something like this. And I don't know. Somewhere around here. Sorry. So yeah, something like that. But that's not how they played it. So back to the game. So white plays here, black plays here, white pushes through. It means that white is going to give up some stones. So it's a question of whether which way black is going to cut white. And so I showed you this one, in which case white's probably just going to sacrifice some stones there. And maybe take the initiative in the center of the board somehow. I guess that's how this would be working for white. So maybe white's going to play something like this first. This would be forcing. Yeah, here. So white wants to play this one too. Yeah, so something like this. White's sacrificing that and is going to have Sente. So white would probably play something in the center maybe. Maybe this one. Maybe this one. Looks like this would be the idea for white. Or if black cuts here. If black cuts here. Oh, he hasn't played it yet. So this leads to that race to capture that I was talking about before. And it's going to be interesting. So actually black could connect once here. Let's push through first. And if white... And now, if white plays something on this side, this is quickly going to be a win for black. If white plays something on the other side, now black can capture these stumps. So maybe something like this could happen. In any case, it's not going to be a collapse for black. It's working for black. And the question is basically if white can sort of fix white's shape on the outside in the whole process here. So that's what white's goal will be. So we're at this point in the game. It could turn into being a decisive fight here in the center of the board. Or white can let the two stones go. So that would be, but you know, at L13, yes. Derek Neal. So the problem is that in the meantime, white's being cut here. So if white just sacrifices these two stones, it means that everything is sort of very weak here when black starts doing something like this. And black does have, so for instance, black has these forcing moves towards the center. I'm actually not very sure how this is going to turn out. So something like this and something like this. We could be in for a huge fight here in the center of the board, in the lower left area. Question is really, if white can survive, this is going to be good for white. So it's that kind of question. So these 5 stones inside white, they can be saved. They can. It's a question is the quality of how they get saved is the question here. Starting with I13. I13. Oh, that's a weird move. It's trying to make it more. It's a really weird move. It's probably involving a coder. I have some ideas how that could sort of work, but it's a weird move. Yes, that's sort of the bottom line there. Okay, okay. Few moves. Black push through and black just push through and white cut. Oh, he curled around there on the upper side. That's interesting. So how does that connect to this side? I don't really know. Well, black, yeah, okay, that's interesting. Lionel Walker is asking, black can get a huge left side. It's not going to be huge. What happens in the center here and the upper part of the center now is the danger area for black. It's going to be more important than any territory black makes on the left side, actually. It could be black was, but I don't see, in this variation, I don't really see a ko happening. Black can simply push through here, and black's going to be okay. Because if white cuts, then black can, actually, this is one variation where this would be kind of a ko, but it's probably not a good idea. It's probably better just to play here. And, okay, yeah, so there's a problem with, oh, I see. Black's sort of short of liberties. Maybe black's going to cut the other way. What is it planning to do? He is short of liberties. Maybe he's, okay. Black plays here. Huh. Yes. How exactly is he going to do it? I guess he has to cut the other way. So it's going to be this one. Okay, Lee Schumacher is asking, what's the time limit? I think they started with 2 hours each. And just looking at the server here, it looks like they're pretty even in time. So they both use 1 hour and 20 minutes each, and they both have about 40 minutes left. It says 40 minutes for Shin Jinseo, who is black, and 42.5 minutes for Park Junghwan, who is white. Okay, so it's this variation, I suppose, which I don't see a ko in this variation, actually. So in this case, it's going to be this variation, and if white connects here, the only way I can see for black to... So there's this move was sort of the intuitive move that I had. And white connects here, pushes. Black has 3 outside liberties. If we say white's going to play here at some point, black has 3 outside liberties. So if we go like this, white gets 3 outside liberties, and white is going to win by 1 move. So that's variation number 1 here, which is a win for white. And black has to find a way to keep on filling the liberties. So this way, it doesn't work, because pretty soon black's going to get in a double Atari here. And white's going to extend liberties. So black pushes. This way, okay, let's do this one first. So if black does it this way, it's the problem on this side, black's going to run out of liberties. So the remaining move that looks like it's going to work is this one. But if we assume black connects here, black can maybe get a ko this way. But this is going to require a huge number of ko threats, just because even white, all of white's moves will be used as ko threats. All of these moves here. Oh, there's even this move, this move. So it's just falling apart. It's not even a ko. So so that doesn't work. It means that black has no way of filling the liberties here. So we go back several moves. And so black 3 was not working. And black wants to do it with the wedge here. The problem with the wedge is that it probably doesn't work yet. So in this case, black's again going to have trouble. Both sides have 4 liberties, but black's going to have trouble filling them. Because if black plays like this, pretty sure this ladder is going to favor... Oh, maybe not. Oh, for the moment, it doesn't favor white, does it? Okay, wait a moment. Okay. This looks like it's a possibility. And it would lead to a trade maybe with something like this. Probably bad for white. So the idea here is that... Wow. So... Maybe black's winning by a move. This was supposed to be black's... Ah, okay. This was supposed to be black's mistake, but maybe black can play here. So that's something that was missing in my reading. actually. So black plays here. So if white connects, so white's not going to do that maybe. But if white connects, I was going to say black had to play here once and would be able to capture like this. And this actually captures some white stones here. Either way. But white's going to squeeze from this side and capture the black stone. So maybe this would have been undecided. But of course, connecting at one is probably bad in any case. And I did not see this move until I actually tried to show it to you. Rick Rubenstein is asking a very intriguing question, but it's not like we have any memory tricks that we use. No. We just remember them. I think it's just the training we do. It's all those Tsumego problems that are so difficult that you have to think about them for a long period of time. And to be frank, they're not really... It's not a good idea for an amateur player to be studying some of those Tsumego problems that are just about impossible to finish. The Mind Palace, yeah, I've heard of that one. But actually, it's probably something similar to that, because we just remember... let's see if I can remember what a Mind Palace is. No, it's not similar. We just have an image of the board that we see when we've sort of created that image of the board inside our mind with all the time we spent studying impossibly difficult life and death problems. And so, to be frank, the amateur players don't really gain much from that, because it's not solving the problem itself isn't really beneficial. I would say that you gain a lot more by solving basic problems, basic life and death problems, in which case if you remember the shape, then it's going to come up in your game. But I think that that's what pros are doing when they do these almost impossible life and death problems, like Tsumego problems, like Hatsuyoron, for instance. Or Kanzufu, Guanzufu, I think. It's a very similar name in Chinese. Originally a Chinese collection, that one. Okay, so yes. So that was something that white could just not do, and white jumped out here. Black takes the 2 stones. White takes the 2 stones. A relatively peaceful result. And so black now, again, black has the tempo. You can see black's getting some... Let's see, am I missing anything? Creating Tsumego problems improves your reading, yes, and it improves your knowledge of basic shapes. Okay, James Sedgwick is saying that fine art is giving black 2, which is probably that diagram I was showing. It's the same as the game variation, I think. And white is down to 13%. It means that black is a few points ahead. Wow. Benkyo Tutoring is saying that he doesn't imagine stones as black or white in my head. Colorless place markers. I think I probably imagined them to be black and white stones. Okay, this is kind of an annoying move that doesn't really... It's not going to be any big effect, but it's probably going to make a difference when black surrounds the left side. So for instance, wow. So for instance, if white plays something like this, and like this, and eventually black plays something like this, you can see that marked stone, it's sort of just a very slight... The exchange with that stone for 1 is an advantage. a slight advantage for white. So he's basically asking how white's going to connect there. If white connects on this side, maybe black is thinking of making some trouble here after all with stuff like this. It could be annoying. Yeah. Maybe something like this. Really complicated, but you can see how starting with that mark stone probably made this feasible. I don't know how serious he is. It does seem that black seems to have a slight lead, so he's probably hoping for something relatively peaceful, like this kind of variation. And let's see, where would black play? The lower right, provided black keeps answering white, it's going to be okay there. So maybe black's going to be playing this one, and maybe something like this on the left side to get the left side territory. Yeah, you can see how that mark stone, that exchange there is making a difference for black. It's making it easier. Mm-hmm. Well, Benkyo Tutoring is saying he's still saying he sees colorless markers. Wow. But yeah, well, it's not something that I focus on, but I probably am seeing black and white. I think focusing on it would probably make it more difficult. INTR1K4T. So that looks like a generated name or something. I imagine black and white chess pieces on the ceiling. Yeah, that works. People see go boards on the ceiling too. Go positions. Yeah, when I'm asleep and having a dream or something, I think I'm seeing the positions on a go board actually. So it's more real to life, you might say. Okay, that's interesting, Derek Neal. I think this is probably, someone mentioned chess. It's probably true of chess pros also. There's some positions, some variations, which just sort of come automatically. And you don't really think it's calculating or reading or anything like that. It's just that the whole sequence just sort of comes automatically. That's what we quite often call tesuji. It's something that, kind of a shape thing that you've learned, and the whole sequence there is just there. It happens without you really thinking about it. So it's like it's sort of superimposed on the vision you have, image you have of the board. So there's certain points where you're reading a number of moves, but you don't actually have to think about them. So that's how human brains are very efficient about calculating this way. And it's also can be a blind spot, because those are the cases when sometimes if what we are assuming to be the natural variation happens to be wrong, and there are some cases where it's wrong, then that's something that the computer is going to be good at finding, because it just looks at all, and it has a completely different system to get to the answers it gives. And it doesn't depend on, well, it doesn't depend on shapes the same way, is maybe what I should say. Rick Rubenstein. Black always looks like he's ahead because his stones are darker and stand out more. Wow. You could change the color of the ghost stones. Okay, Matthew O'Donnell is asking, could I point out roughly the territory outline for the territories? Unfortunately, on this server, I don't have a pencil tool that I can use to draw lines. Um, so I could, so it's sort of difficult for me to do that on this server. It's like, for instance, white's territory is somewhere along this line. So I would imagine a line like that making something like close to 15 points for white on the right side. And white's territory, on the upper side. What's happening here? Okay. That's a minimum of about 8 to 10 points. I'd say white has close to 10 points there. So those are kind of minimum lines for the two white territories. That's 15 and 10 points, 25 points. So then it would be like this for this territory, kind of a line like this. So I would imagine this is at least 13 points or somewhere, maybe more like 12 points to start with. So that's 15, 25, 35, 37. 15, 25, 37. And then white has this territory. Let's see. Something's weird is happening with the number. So white actually played here, but if we assume something like this, white has several points in the center, a few more points. So it's close to 10 points. So it's 10, 25, 35. More than 40 points. Probably about 45 points for white. So those are general ideas of how much territory I would count for white. Black has this area here where, so kind of some points here in the center. This is very vague. It could get to something more than 10 points, or it could most of it disappear. Black does have the two stones here, so that's a fairly sizable territory in this general area, maybe about 10 points. So here in the lower left is about 10 points in this corner, about 10 points in the upper right corner. So it's 10, 20, 30, and then in the upper right, there's an area here or there's an area here. So that's usually somewhere in the vicinity of 10 points. So the boundaries are still, they're very fluid, but black has moves that make 10 points out of this upper right area, 10 points of the upper left area, about 10, more than 10 points out of the lower left area, 10 points in the center of the board, plus a lot of potential stuff with moves like this and moves like, for instance, moves like this to surround the center. Black has areas there that can develop into more territory. So how much did that will add up to? White was somewhere between 40, 45 points. Black had 10, 20, 30, 40 so points, plus the potential in the center. I think that's pretty close to an idea of what the territory is like. At this point in the game, the territory is still, the exact areas where it's going to turn into territory is still a bit fluid. The problem, okay, TLS is asking about blind spots again. The problem with blind spots is usually they're, I would think of them as the opposite actually, because usually they represent shortcuts that humans use better than computers tend to. So computers tend to be wasteful in the way they use their resources, and that they're, for instance, in the AIs that we're using now, they're playing out entire games to figure out what's going on. And humans usually, to a certain degree, are getting the same ideas without actually having to play out the whole game. And the whole reason that computers are stronger than humans now is because they can make these insane calculations that would take humans probably centuries to catch up to what the computer is doing in a few minutes. It's just the amount of calculation they can do is hard to believe. So the way the humans do it is much more efficient and using limited resources much more efficiently. And it's I think it's one of the strengths of the human brain that we can sort of make these, the way we think, we can make these shortcuts and avoid having to do the calculation every time. So it's not something that I think we want to get rid of. But the blind spots come with it. So those are the exceptions, usually. If you've done the study part correctly, then the blind spots should be the exception. Okay, so let's see where the game is. White played this clamp and black is extended. White's snap judgment would be that white's best move is to play here. Right, right. I do see a distinct difference between young players now, young professional players, from people from before. They do have different ideas, basically because they're used to seeing the shapes and the openings that AI is playing. That's what they trained on. So they have different ideas, but those ideas seem to be working fairly well. So it's okay for them, I guess. But white is not immediate. Maybe white is trying to find something more active. So, for instance, an idea would be, let's see. Okay, an idea would be to push through here and try to cut black off in the center. This would be a more active way of playing. It would also be more dangerous. But it would be, maybe this would be exciting. It's just the fact that white has to worry about the lower left group also. So at any point, black can be trying to cut here. White has to be ready for this fight also. It could be a problem. Okay, white pushed through. Looks like white is preparing for that. So white pushes through here. Locally, this is usually a forcing move. Locally. So for the time being, if black tries to escape in the center, this would be the move. It's not such a pretty shape. Of course, white's not alive yet. Let's see, how would this continue? Maybe white's going to do it this way. Yeah, this is probably potentially dangerous for white. So white would probably do something in the center. Maybe something like that. And white does have a potential gain on the left if white pushes through at B13. So maybe this is okay for white. I don't think white's going to die in the center, at least. Three Josekis. Rick Rubenstein is asking about the 3-3 Josekis maybe being an example of human blind spot. The opening stuff, I don't really know if it's fair to call it a blind spot. We were pretty aware of the fact that we don't know the answers in the opening. That was kind of an accepted fact that we just don't know. And the moves that the openings that we had, the moves that we thought were working, were basically just guesses, and we knew that. So it's not as if we thought we knew all about the opening and then it was falsified by computers. We knew that we were sort of guessing about it from the beginning. And the computers, Somehow I don't think they're going to change their minds about the through 3 points, but there are some things that as they gradually get better and better as the programs are developed and they slightly change their weights in the neural network systems, um, the moves they suggest do change. So some of these things that they're saying they're going to be suggesting different moves as they get developed. So it could be that some of the human moves, you might say, come back and are approved by the computers after a while. That's something I'm sort of looking forward to. But I don't think I don't think they're gonna reverse themselves about the 3-3 invasions. The 3-3 invasions are too successful to sort of disappear like that, I think. Okay, so white is indirectly dealing with the weakness of this group. So instead of just capturing the 2 black stones in the center, white is reducing the left side and trying to make some eye space there. So that's what's happening in the game here. Rick Rubenstein, yeah, well, it was basically the context. So when we're talking about the Hanetsugi, we're talking about, in this case, what Rick is talking about is the Hanetsugi in the 3-3 point Joseki, where black would, well, for instance, the side that jumped into the 3-3 point would crawl, and after crawling on the second line for up to the 2 stones, black would play a Hanetsugi on the second line. The context in which we would play this Joseki was when the player with the star point had an extension somewhere along the side. And so that area would be controlled. For instance, if white had played the star point, that area would be controlled by white because white already had the extension on the side, somewhere on the 3rd or 4th line. And black would be playing the Hanetsugi because it would be a profitable exchange with the hanging connection on the outside. So with the context of a white stone fairly close on the side, playing the Hanetsugi is still a good move. It's just the fact that we were playing it in such board positions and that the Hanetsugi was working. And so in the way the computers are playing the early 3-3 invasions, there's no extension towards the sides. There's no stones on the sides of the board. And it's just immediately invading a 3-3 point. In which case, it's not good to reinforce the outside wall. Okay, so Derek Neal is saying, why, if the 3-3 invasions are that strong, why is playing the 3-3 point directly so bad? That's actually, it's something in which the AIs, it depends probably on the overall position. Depends on the overall position sometimes. And it's something that I feel that seems to be changing right now. It's the ways the AIs view the 3-3 point. So it's not a big problem. Like, I would be happy to play a 3-3 point opening. It's not so bad that it would be like compared to openings like the Shin Jinseo or the Chinese opening, which are not played so much nowadays. I think it's similar to those in that the loss incurred by playing the 3-3 point in the opening as one of the first moves towards the corner is so minor that it doesn't really matter for human players. I think the reason that AIs do not play the 3-5 point is because it limits, well, a reason I would give would be that it limits the ways that it can play a Shimari. So like from a 3-4 point, the AIs tend to like to play big Shimaris like the large knights move or the 2-space Shimari. Whereas if it plays the 3-5 point, it probably has to go to the 3-4 point. So it's just the one Shimari it has. The 3.5 point. Okay. Okay. Sometimes I feel like that too. I would be playing in between the lines that if I could move it later, it would work. Right. So Regis Cridlig, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, is asking why open on star points if the 3-3 invasion is so good. It's a very good question, and I'm not really completely satisfied about that. But it's not as if it doesn't like the star points. Like it can play a star point. It suggests suggests that you should play an invasion at the 3-3 point, but it's going to be an even result. If you play the 3-3 point, sometimes it's going to suggest you play a star point approach, so the shoulder hit against the 3-3 point. That's going to be an even result. Pretty much, quite often, it's going to be an even result also. So um, I guess they're just about equal, and so it doesn't really matter. Yes, it likes to invade 3-5 points in the at the 3-3 point, I think. Um, Well, okay. Benkyo tutoring was asking about 3-5 points and 4-5 points. Why does the AI seem to want to invade quickly? Um, it really, um, I think, for instance, it doesn't like the way White plays to for the Shusaku opening. It doesn't like to give three corners, so it doesn't like to give. It likes to keep the corners balanced, you might say. So. Um, I think the one of the things it doesn't like about the high moves towards the corner is that the opponent gets to take away the corner territory, and it's as if the one player has three corners. So that's pretty consistent with um, the natural way a lot of players feel about these high. I think a lot of people would be sort of worried that the corner's territory is going to be taken away when they play a 5-3 point or 3-5 point. I think it's the same thing. It's just saying the corner territory is big. Yes, it probably, well, if you've played the 3-4 point, you're going to take the corner anyway. So, for instance, if your opponent plays a knight's approach move, you can kick and take the corner territory. Whereas, if you played a 5-3 point, a 3-5 point, then your opponent can play at the 3-3 point and take away the corner territory. So I think it's that difference. Mm-hmm. Maybe. It's a forcing move. So this actually playing here on the first line. I think Oden Master is asking about this move Black's played on the first line. For the time being, it's a forcing move. And in the future, if Black decides to sacrifice the 3 stones, it's going to be a valuable thing. So for instance, if we assume something like this, and Black ends up sacrificing these 3 stones, then that exchange in the corner, the marked stone for White 1 was good exchange for Black. So Black's playing it first, and for the time being, White doesn't really have time to do stuff in the center, I don't think. So if White plays here, Black's going to already cut here. So that's probably not good. If White plays here, it's probably not effective enough because White still has to go back. So it wouldn't be gaining very much. So Black's playing this. Maybe that had to do with Black curling around at G3 earlier. He was sort of preparing to play this exchange at some point. Looks like Shin Jinseo is preparing for the endgame, playing the first line already. I think Black does have a lead here, probably a few points. N2. The N2 area is big, but also the center of the board is still pretty important because it's really not very well settled yet. So for instance, White can push through here and cut off all those Black stones. Oh, sorry, it's Black's turn. Well, there's also the idea that when, for instance, in a position like this, for instance, just there's all sorts of ways this kind of thing can happen. But in a position like this, when White cuts here, that White would be playing at that point. So, for instance, in a final endgame position, let's just make some kind of random endgame position after this. And sometimes Black is actually, sort of connecting up to the side or something like that. And White will play here. And in this case, Black has to worry about moves like this. If Black plays away, then there's stuff like this that can happen, reducing the corner. And if Black wants to stop all that, Black has to back off something like this. So there's some potential for White in some of these positions that can arise from this shape. White can use the potential cutting point at B4 to set up Hane at 12 and gain a couple of points. It's usually a couple of points White gains by playing that exchange. So by forcing White to connect on the first line, Black gets rid of that possibility. That's probably the biggest difference there. And then he continued here, so he's escaping in the center. It's not as if White's group in the center is going to die, I don't think. But it's probably just part of the process of trying to save all of these Black stones in the general area. Because, as I was trying to show you before, the whole area was kind of a weak point for Black. If White, let's go back there and say, for instance, if White gets to play something like this, then everything would be cut off. Black would have to protect here. And so White would have some potential territory there, for instance, if White played something like this next. White would be able to pick off some of those Black stones, maybe the 3 stones here also in some cases. So White has some potential territory that White's gaining in that central area. So I think this is kind of a preemptive attack here. where black is trying to put pressure on white in the center, and probably as an end result, black is sort of hoping to connect up just about everything. So for instance, if white plays here, let's see, if white plays here, and black plays here, and white would probably have to add stones to the center. I'm not so sure about this, but something like this. This would be alive. So something like this, where black is sort of putting some pressure on white and saving all these stones in the process, is what seems to be the idea. Or who is it? Was it Binkyo Tutoring saying that sometimes black can live in the corner when stuff like this happens? So black could be actually threatening to do something threatening about those white stones on the lower part of the board, which would be this one. So in this case, it does become more difficult for white to kill those black stones in the corner. And also black would be thinking of attacking white maybe in the center here and the lower side. So there's all these white groups that are not settled. White's group in the center is probably in danger in this variation also, if black does something like this. This would be a much more exciting variation that would be, to a certain degree, it would be dangerous for black also, but it would be very exciting. So maybe that's what he's thinking of. And that stone at D1, it does make a difference. So like, I think it was Benkyo Tutoring who was saying that it makes a difference in the ice space for that black group in some cases. Sacrificing C6, that's a possibility in the variation I was just showing. That's over Zivani, I suppose. Yeah, I think I'm. In some cases, black is going to sacrifice the stone at C6. Yes. Right, that was potentially a central moyo for white. It was going to be, if white made it, it would have been 10, 15 points. In this variation, it's already more black territory than it is white. Okay, Park Junghwan, yes. The remaining time, that's TLS. It doesn't seem to be a big difference to have exact numbers, because my server is saying that Shin Jinseo has almost 19 minutes and Park Junghwan has about 22 minutes. I think one of the ancient Roman generals said, "Give me back my legions." Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. Right. That's good. A moyo is unsure territory. It's an area that you control, but it's not territory. So that I think Benkyo tutoring has the right definition there. We usually think of a big moyo, though. Okay, white bumped against. So at this point, black will probably have to connect up to the corner. Yes. So black is connected up. And white's going to have to continue playing there to protect the lower left area, I think. Um, Still, I think Benkyo tutoring is asking about moyos, the definition. I think they usually, it's most often used um, when it involves some area in the center, but it doesn't have to. It's just an uncertain area, which is a moyo is an area that is not cannot be called territory. So um, that's a kind of a tricky concept there because right, yeah, Western players tend to save the word for more vertically expanded shapes, and it's more easily understood when it's used that way. In Japan also, in Asia also. It means a pattern, or it can mean a pattern or a picture. Um, so it's the entire pattern, you might say. It's a pattern. Sometimes in Japan they will say jimoyo, which is the word for territory and the word for a moyo. So it's kind of somewhere in between. Maybe a bit closer to being territory. A design, yeah, maybe design is the better word. Okay, so we still have some various issues here with life and death. So white's probably okay in the lower left, but um, it's not yet 100. Okay, white added a stone to the center. Okay, that makes sense. And now black is played on the lower left. White, for the time being, white sort of has an eye there on the lower side. So somewhere around this point, where black cannot get in at this point. So there's an eye in this area. And if white extends here, there's going to be an eye on that area. If white extends here, maybe a bit more ambiguous, but white can probably make an eye here. Yeah, so that's probably okay. And white would probably add a stone somewhere. Yeah. So it doesn't look like it's going to die. Maybe something like this. Huh. Mm-hmm. Okay, that was easy for black. I was expecting white to play at the other point, though. So it looks like white's still not completely alive in the lower left. Does look a bit thin to me. Black played c8 because it's reducing white's I shape and it's a big move as far as territory is concerned. It's not that it's going to die. Okay, that's Derek Neal asking about the white group in the lower left. But so black has some fairly attractive moves, such as this one, for instance. Oh, it's white's turn. Huh? Such as this one. And white's moves that will live are not so they're not so exciting, right? So it's something like this. Maybe it's just painful for white when white is forced to live inside there and is playing moves that are not like yeah. Well, just to simplify it, some moves like this they're not so exciting for white, and white's getting squeezed a little bit. So yeah, So that's what the value of the marked move here is. It's just that the moves that, so for instance, if black plays here and then gets to play this move also, you can see it's already becoming very difficult for white to make two eyes. In fact, this is already in trouble. Yes, so white would have to play this point, and playing that point would, in itself, it would be sort of painful. And I'm sort of guessing when I say that if black plays here, maybe it's alive, maybe it's not alive. It's sort of questionable, actually. Not so sure about this white group. It could even die. G17, yes. Yeah, this move, there's two problems with it. One of them is that when stuff like this happens, and for instance, something like this, okay, let's give white the first move in the area. When stuff like this happens, and we have black playing here, black's move at 10 and 12, it's a double purpose move. It's not only taking away white's local eye space, but it's reducing white in the lower right area also. So this white territory is being reduced to something like 9 points. So there was a loss there locally for white. So it's sort of damaging to white's territory on the side. So this is, yeah, they call it a siblings fight. So the white territory on the left is fighting with the white territory on the right. In this case, it's reducing white's own territory. So it's actually feasible that white has to play a move something like this, which would be very painful. Right, if black extends at L18, at I18 here, yes. If black plays at this move, this would reduce white's territory on the side to a great deal also. It doesn't look like it's going to kill the white group outright, but yeah, it's the kind of move that would be a double threat in the case that white was forced to make two eyes, or at least one eye, on the lower side. So that's an area that white doesn't really want to make eyes on. A giant cove for the center. What cove is Derek Newell talking about? Yeah, that would live too, but it would be okay. That's Randall Henao, and I was just trying to keep it simple. But let's go through that variation once more. So white plays away. No. White played here. Okay. So with this variation, and I was showing how white would end up playing here to live. White can accomplish that by playing here. It's the same thing. As far as white's territory on the right is concerned, it's the same thing, so it doesn't really matter. It does have the fact that in this variation, it's still not happy. White does need to add a stone here to avoid the cohere. Yeah, it's just the whole thing is going to be pretty painful for white in any case. There's still this move, which should capture some stones on the right. It's going to be a kind of a very minimal, small life for white. And white's losing territory on the side. Okay, this server has Park having only 5 minutes left. So, as far as I can tell, it's actually Park who is running out of time. And Shin Jinseo seems to have almost 18 minutes. Right? It looks pretty bad for white at this point. I think black has established a lead here. There's still some ways that black can make use of those stones. So for instance, these black stones here. So if we say white has to play something like this to live, and black plays here and cuts, if white plays on this side, black can escape in this direction. If white plays on this side, white can escape. Black can escape on this side. So, for instance, this is one way that black could try to save those stones on the upper side. This is a pretty big move, saving these. Or otherwise black can play here first and then play here. And this would be an attempt to attack white in the center. Let's see, would this work? Hmm. Seems to be working. Maybe this is a bit, this is sort of interesting. This is dangerous. Okay, so in this case, white can get a net. Oh no, he can't, can he? So black wins that one. So something like this would be a collapse for white. It's dangerous. So black does have potential to save these black stones, which is going to be a pretty big move. Yes. Well, we're talking about the time here, and TLS is saying that the Baruk TV, the Korean station, is showing that Park has more time. And that's something that happens with these internet servers because, but I think the one that I'm watching is probably the one that they're actually playing on. So I wouldn't be surprised if my server is the one that's correct, actually, but I don't know. Sometimes there's just because it is an operator putting the moves in. Sometimes they give a little extra time to players just to make sure that they don't run out of time for the operator, and so stuff like that can happen. And so sometimes the time that you see in the server is not accurate. But my server here, it has Park at his last minute and a half, and he has been using a lot of time in the last few moves. Rick, I'm thinking of that as a possibility. It does look bad for white at this point. I would probably be thinking of resigning at this point. Okay, he answered. Yeah, it looks like white had no chance but to play that move. Okay, so I did show this variation. So it looks like it's happening here. Okay, that sounds, it sort of agrees, but on my server, Shin Jinseo has more time. So I'm willing to believe what TLS says here, that Park Junghwan is probably in Byoyomi, and Shin Jinseo apparently has 6 minutes. On my server, it looks like he has a bit more, but it's a possibility I'm willing to accept. Yeah, you can't really trust these servers 100%. So black can save those 4 black stones. That's about 10 points. Black can. There's a number of moves that are in the vicinity of 10 points. Probably big to save those 4 stones. Okay, that's forcing. Black is threatening the cut at G. Is that H7? Oh yeah, Lee Schumacher is asking how many games in the match. It's a best of 3, so this is going to be um, at least 2 games. So if someone wins 2 games, it's just going to be the 2 games, or it could go on to the final 3rd game if they split the score. So here in the center, black playing something like this it's about 10 points. So if black plays away, white can cut here and capture those 4 stones, and that's a 10-point difference in the size of white's territory. Lino Walker is asking, are the 3 games back to back? They're going to be playing tomorrow, as far as I know. And if they play tomorrow, I'll try to do a live stream for that one too. Okay, so black saved the 3 stones. I think I can say that we've entered the end game finally. All the fighting is over. The end result was that black saved everything in the center of the board. All that potential white territory pretty much has disappeared. And black got some territory on the edges in the process. So that was how black's attack there succeeded. And they're proceeding with the end game. Looks like they're probably going to play it to the end here. I wouldn't be surprised if they play it to the end. So this is the move that I was saying is Miai with black R4. I'm pretty sure black's going to win at this point. It seems to be a safe, yes. Seems to be a safe difference. Capturing these 2 stones in the center here. These stones here. Capturing these, it made a huge difference to everything that happens in the whole area. So for instance, if white cuts here, black doesn't have any problem with just fighting it all out because everything in the area is so strong for black. Black doesn't have to worry about this kind of fight. So that's an example of how capturing the 2 stones in the center of the board are changing. It's just changing everything that's going to happen in the area. It's very, what they call good aji. Yeah, I'm just having fun here. Yeah, streaming is a lot of work, but I really enjoy it too. Hmm. G14. G14 is a move. Black can capture some white stones. It's just that it's not such a big deal. So for instance, if black plays here, oh sorry. Yeah, so if black plays here, it's just these 3 stones on the right. So it's not as if it's not a game-changing move. So that was a question from Benjamin Gumby. So that was a move that was around a while. Oh, yeah, thank you, Derek. Just sign up to my Patreon channel. Yes. So that's the cue for me to. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't. That's something that I shouldn't have done. That's the cue for me to show you a link. All right. So that everyone can go to my Patreon channel and support my channel. I mean my Patreon page. Yeah, so that's one way you can support me, support my channel, that is. Capturing with R4. That's big, okay? Is it bigger than R15? R15, yes, it's bigger than R15. R4 is big because it has to do with the eyes of the black group and the size of white's right side territory. And R15, or this move by white, it's just not a big deal because black's going to answer it like that. And it's going to be, it's sort of in the cards. It's just something that is going to happen. Is white can probably play it with Sente. Sort of belongs to white. Oh, but okay. So white didn't play it. Right. So in this case, the reason black didn't play here because now white gets some kind of a squeeze here. Actually, could be a bit of trouble for black. You can see how that marked stone is coming into play here. So when white has that stone there, black had to be a bit more careful about how black answered. And now they've finished most of the big points. There's a big connection underneath on the left side. The center of the board, it's probably not big enough to play yet. There's some big moves on the lower part of the board. I'd say connecting on the left side is probably, yeah, that's big. And there's all this space open in the center. And just because it's difficult to increase it very much, and also the fact that even if black leaves it, there's going to be some territory there. It makes the center of the board here, in this case, it's not so significant to play a move there yet. It's a bit premature still. So still like moves towards the lower side. Fairly soon white preventing black from capturing with that move at G14. Those moves are getting more important fairly soon. This is sort of Sente. I don't know. Black could leave it. Okay, that's an interesting way to answer. Very good shape, this one, because black has the Hane at J10, J11, J9, excuse me, J9. The H2 exchange, it's the same thing. As the position stands, white's going to put two stones in there anyway. Doesn't make any difference. Yeah, so I could put that on the board actually. So like, even if black plays this exchange, eventually white's going to be forced to play these two stones while at the very end of the game, when the liberties are filled. It's the same size of territory as if white had connected. White has to connect there eventually and put another stone in at the end of the game, of course. Not yet, but it's the same thing. So with or without this exchange. So it's probably valuable for black just to leave that as a potential co-threat. Now, saving those black stones there, it's 5.5 points, or 5 or 6 points. And if black saves them, black's territory in the center is going to disappear. So black might just sacrifice those stones. Big moves that black could play instead would be, let's see, the lower side fairly soon. So it could be, black could go after these stones. This is fairly soon. This is going to be big. That's about 7 points of black territory. I don't know about the lower side. It's probably not. Moves like this could potentially be fairly big, but probably not yet. And there's not really that much left. Oh, he did curl around. Okay. So back to the game. It's going to be Sente. The knight's move next is a big move. D8. And Drussi Zahar. D8. D8. D8 is, there's a white stone there. So he probably means D9. D9, capturing a D9 maybe or maybe not be Sente. It's sort of borderline. But it's a move that black could play in exchange for white D10. But it's not necessarily... probably, if we see what happens on the lower side, it would be easier to say whether it's going to be forcing or not. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, wait is, there, yeah. That's a good shape move. Oh, wait is good shape. It's probably just a few points. It's comparable to saving the two black stones towards the upper side. So it's hard to say exactly how big that move is. It's one of the most difficult moves to calculate, because even if white plays a move there, there's still going to be some black territory in the center of the board. Yeah, so it's probably bigger just to capture these stones. This is big because black's going to capture the 3 white stones on the right, and it's going to be about 7 points of black territory. I think the 7-point capture there is more significant than the potential territory at 08. 08, yes. Mm-hmm. So this is pretty much forced sequence. Yeah. It looks pretty clear that black's going to win, though. Hmm. Running out of things to say. Okay, all they have left to play is the center and the lower side. Black could play the knight's move there, but it's and white would jump in to the right. So the lower side, basically, white will answer black there. It's probably not a big difference. And then it's the center. So pretty soon that 08 move could come up. Um, None of the moves are really that big. We're pretty much finished with the game. All of the big endgame points have been played. So it's just all those empty points in the center of the board that are not really worth very much. But if black really works at it, he might get a few points there, 5 points. He doesn't really need it. Black did not go wrong. White went wrong. I think white had to find a way. Let's see. It was the fight in the center. Yes, the only way I can say is the decisive fight in the middle, as Pablo Garcia is saying. It didn't work out well for white. In order to win, I think white had to find a scenario where white could have added a stone to the center. That would have been okay for white. I agree with Akadama, who says he wants to see Uyama Yuta participate in international tournaments. He's one of the Japanese players who I think actually has a good chance to win. Otherwise, it would be Ichiriki, I think, because he's a very competitive player. I think he has a good mindset, and he doesn't get messed up by kind of being in unfamiliar territory, which is something that can happen to you when you're going to a foreign country to play in these tournaments. I think that's one of his strong points, that he's pretty comfortable in such situations. So yes, I would like to see it. I think the problem with the Yamas at this point is he's still so busy. In Japan is one of the reasons, and of course, the simple reason is that these Korean players and a lot of the top Chinese players, they're very formidable, and the Japanese are having a hard time. Yes, white could have not reinforced the right side, but as you saw, there were problems with not doing that also. Um, let's see, I'd probably go further back, maybe. Hmm. I think maybe black had a very slight advantage throughout most of the game, and it was making it difficult for white. So moves like these moves black is playing, instead of trying to go for territory in the center of the board, black is actually playing a much more reliable strategy of trying to reduce the white territory on the right. So in this case, black's going to have, later on, is going to be able to put a cut in on the second line. And if black covers on the second line on the right there, I can actually show you a diagram. So later on in the end game, when something like this happens, that's 2 more moves that white has to put inside the territory. So this is actually a more reliable way of gaining points than trying to surround the centers. It's more realistic. Very good. Thank you, Lee Schumacher. And yeah, you can, if you want to see the rest of the end game, it's going to be posted in my YouTube site anyway. Right, about 15 points. Exactly. Benkyo tutoring said it. The center is quite often smaller than it looks. It was Takemiya who managed to make it bigger than it looks. Yeah, he was the exception. That said, they don't have much more than the center to play at this point. Running out of areas. Like the lower side, black would like to play the knight's move there, yeah. But it's and white's going to be able to jump in from the side though. So it's not as if it's going to be some huge territory. Right, right. Okay. Ofer is noticing that black saved the stone in the lower right corner, so I'll make a diagram for that. So if white cuts here, black can play here, threatening. Well, black doesn't even need to do that. Black can play here, threatening to throw in to make a ko here, which would be dangerous for white. And if white answers it, black will be able to play down here. Okay, what was this past tense that people are talking about? Maybe we're talking about Takemiya. Well, he still is. Yeah, let's change that to the present tense. He's still around. Takemiya is not dead. He's still happy too, so don't worry about him. Yeah. He is. Maybe not so happy as he was when he was the world champion. He was a world champion, This is what people were talking about when they were saying sometimes you get these magical territories from your thickness. I think that all of this black territory that's showing up on the lower half of the board is kind of a good example of how these territories seem to be sort of magically appearing suddenly. Yes, Rick is right. He did stop playing the cosmic style as people see it. He never really liked it to be called the cosmic style because he thought he was just playing in a natural style. But yes, he stopped surrounding the center like he used to. It was probably just very difficult to make it work. And in his best years, he would go for a big center, a huge moyo. And in many cases, he was forced to try to kill the group that invades. So it does require a lot of calculation and probably became more difficult. Okay, white's challenged black to a ko here, which is probably not reasonable. But, you know, it's one way white can sort of finish the game. So white does have a few ko threats in the upper left corner probably, which white can rely on. Otherwise, white doesn't really have any good ko. Oh, that's white doesn't have any ko threats there anymore. Yeah, so that was taking away those ko threats. He refused to play the ko. So kind of a declaration of victory, you might say, because black probably could have played the ko, but white was going to use that pushing through on the third line in the upper left corner. White was going to use that as white's ko threats, and white did have 3 or 4 ko threats there. So by erasing those ko threats, this is going to pretty much force white to put a stone in on the right side. And black says he just didn't need to play that ko, is what he's saying here. So if this was a weak player playing, we wouldn't really know. But when we see Shin Jinseo play a move like this, we know he's calculated the game. There was a period where Chochkun was, they were both sort of at the top. It was maybe after Takemiya was, he won the Fujitsu Cup, which was an international tournament, 2 years, I believe, consecutively. So that was probably somewhere around the end of the 1980s or 1990. And that was maybe when he was at his best. I actually did a video of Game1 played against him at that time. And he had this amazing record of wins that year. And I actually managed to beat him. So that's one of my favorite games. And after that, I think he did play a number of best of 7 matches against Chochkun in some of the top, at least 1 or twice in the top Japanese titles. And okay, he resigned, yes. So yes, there was a period when they were playing, and quite often Chochkun would be invading and Takemiya would have to try to kill him. Some very exciting games between those two. That reminds me, I should try to find some and do videos about them. So that's the end of this game. It was a pretty convincing victory for Shin Jinseo. I get the feeling that he had a slight advantage throughout the game, and it became very decisive in this fight in the center of the board. So that's the story I have of this game, and I'm going to finish. I realize it's been very late for you guys, a lot of you, depending on what part of the world you are in. But I will be, I expect to do the live broadcast of tomorrow's game. So I'll be back at the same time with the same pattern of 1 hour of just showing the moves, and I'll probably start the commentary in the second hour. Just to give you the result here, let's see, I have a result. I have a result ready. Let's put the result up. Win for black. Yeah. And yes. So that's it for today. And thank you all for coming. I'll see you next time. Oh, it's morning in Europe. Great. So I'll see you next time, and thanks for coming. Goodbye.